He's a class act, that one.
Bang! And with that, finally, fate a seat with a view.
You do tell the cleverest jokes.
Relax. There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Class act, that one.
You do tell the cleverest jokes.
Finally, a seat with a view. And with that, the fate of the Bourgeois Brotherhood was sealed.
You do tell the cleverest jokes.
He's a class act, that one.
Bang! And with that, the fate of the Bourgeois Brotherhood was sealed.
Relax.
Finally, a seat with a view. Bang! With that, the fate of the Bourgeois Brotherhood was sealed. Finally, a seat with a view.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
And with that, the fate of the Bourgeois Brotherhood was sealed. Finally, a seat with a view. And with that, the fate of the Bourgeois Brotherhood was sealed.
Relax.
Finally, a seat with a view. Bang! And with that, the fate of the Bourgeois Brotherhood was sealed. And with that,
Relax.
Senua Kiosk. Place to go for classic U edition.
finally, a seat with a view. Bang.
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Our brotherhood was sealed.
Senua Kiosk. Place to go for classic U dishes.
Relax. There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to force a conversation. Just occupy. You think...
Once, there was...
I've got a sharp tongue? Just tell... like it is. There's no need to. Exchange pleasantry.
Stabilize! Stabilize!
Fire hazard!
Gather! Stabilize!
Feel the split!
Solidify! Stabilize!
Let the show be.
The wind rises.
Search for it! Solidify!
Fire hazard!
Stabilize!
Squall and Fury.
Gather!
Time for a light show!
You dare to gaze upon me?
Feel the split!
Stabilize!
Behold!
Solidify!
Time for a light show!
Gather!
The wind rises.
Solidify! Stabilize!
Squall and Fury.
Fire hazard! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Time to shine! Strike a pose! Nice and spicy! Teamwork is dreamwork! Come on out! Let my name echo in song! Time to shine! You're toast!
You do tell the cleverest jokes.
And with that,
Place to go for classic
He's
dishes.
a class act, that
was sealed.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
You do tell the cleverest jokes.
Senua Kiosk. Place to go for classic dishes.
Bang!
He's a class act,
And with
that
that, the fate of the Bourgeois Brotherhood was sealed.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Senua Kiosk. Place to go for classic dishes.
Bang! And with that,
No, my sword! The doctor was sealed.
A bitter pill to swallow.
You're in for a little shock.
You're open! You're open!
Ring cutter.
You're open.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
You're open. I wasn't done.
You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Rain outlines your fate.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock. Let's spark things up a little.
Let me weave you a verse.
A bitter pill to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
Finally, bang, a seat with a view. And with that, the fate of the Blue Brotherhood was sealed.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Pair! Getting gear!
Smile!
Pair!
Rain outlines your fate.
Let's dance. Say cheese.
Body and witness the power. Hold that pose.
Hard-hitting exclusive.
Getting gear! Pair! Frost is coming! Pair! Frost is coming!
Finally, a seat with a view. Bang! And with that, the fate of the Guhua Brotherhood was sealed.
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Seat with a view.
By royal decree. Animal test 6308. Stand clear. Animal test. That's not
Rain outlines your fate. Huh? To ashes!
Shadow Raven, let night fall! Animal hypostasis emulation!
Power that ended Python! Rain Cutter!
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
Seems like the stories here never have a happy
If we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Have you ever kept goldfish as pets? They're very cute.
stories here never have a happy ending.
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
Behold!
Too slow. You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
Squall and Fury! Quit following me.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
happening? I'm fine.
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Aha, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you the... That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that... Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries. You must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And so, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been over...
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some... In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink...
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish.
All right. That should wrap things up.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede. And it...
That's right, and we came...
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
too slow.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put! We're coming up! Watch your balance!
All right, just hurry! I'm not young anymore.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is...
Behold!
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue.
All right. I'm sorry.
This situation...
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to... Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon... No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now...
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be Traveler. Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
The wind rises.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you...
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic.
He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well...
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now... By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
You're right. What you said just now was...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of—
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your—
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for— I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that—
So, you're one who will try to change—
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some— By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not— Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could— You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to— Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck.
So that—
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground. Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship.
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's on—
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Nav?
But are you sure you're up to exploring?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hand. Besides, I'm—
Since you put it that way, I have no objection. All right.
Okay, let's do—
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever. cold.
This is no place to loaf around.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
This is no place to loaf around. This is no place to loaf around.
Relax. There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to force a conversation just to occupy
this is no
silence.
Place to loaf around. This is no place to loaf around.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
This is no place to loaf around. This is no place to loaf around.
Relax.
This is no place to loaf around.
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
This is no place to loaf around.
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
Time for a light show!
The wind rises.
Gather!
The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no place for transgressors!
Behold! Upon the gale.
Stabilize!
Squall and fury.
Dance, my pretties! Embrace your searing reckoning!
Behold!
Embrace your searing reckoning!
Gather!
The wind rises.
Come, put up a fight!
Stabilize!
Let's dance!
Behold!
Dance, my pretties!
Gather!
Oh my
Fire hazard!
Stabilize!
The wind rises.
Embrace your searing reckoning! Not every wound will heal! I never asked for redemption. Never.
following me. Squall and Fury! The wind rises.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty...
Let's go in.
Just be careful.
Solidify!
Yeah. Feel the split!
Behold!
Dada Kundala.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait for a...
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will... I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with it. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Time for a light show!
The wind rises. Quit following me.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem. Relax. There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to force a conversation just to occupy silence. Relax. You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem. Too slow.
Wait! There's something wrong with this bridge!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny?
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, they were knocking at my...
Sometimes force is required to calm...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and I don't know what we would have...
Did you cultivate them?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of...
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the opera...
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just...
Oh?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her 2 attendants are with her! Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be up. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've... As all here know, you are Master Cap. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Cap. Not only you, but your butler, your...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that, we are one big family, all of us. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you...
Huh? Everything you have said is correct.
Ah, well, if...
How what? I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part... Please do not
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to... Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and...
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You! Have you forgotten how much you...
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that...
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurt. I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia.
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute... The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still...
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly! You must come now!
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to...
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I... I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps...
Why do you look so stiff? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us up?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work...
No, going down.
I see. Well, that is good.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. What? So, Neverland.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were... Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Squall Fury!
Solidify!
The wind rises.
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yeah. You can.
Time for a light show!
Squall Fury!
Gather!
The fuse is lit!
Dada Kundala.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in...
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates? It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of death.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people...
The 4th image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates...
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking. This says that it's the history of the future. Still... Paimon...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but the previous Archon kneeling before...
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
But who would have
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really going to talk to her about this directly? Look,
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to...
all right, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for...
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine? Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Megistus is not.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean greaters?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrology.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Megistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornmanport, and I traveled with...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part. The invitation was sent quite early on.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist. And that this prophecy can... I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from
a visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel are you sure? All right.
Thanks, Mona!
Oh, well, this is something only I...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all...
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does for you. That's more like it. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Trap.
The wind rises.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but... The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating...
I don't! I've never seen such...
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the... This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly... That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh! The opera's about to start.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding. Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. We may have to create a situation in which...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious. But who will lend us their aid?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best.
And here you are, drinking tea like it's the most
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you?
Me?
Then, how about you?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
That was a little long-winded, don't you?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, as for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a...
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, Oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society. Taking up arm, a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait, and our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even
Yes, and I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the...
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch...
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract other... I remember that you liked those...
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do...
That makes sense. You usually solve problems, but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle...
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that...
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are...
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so...
Squall and Fury!
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon, after all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that couple.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining.
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar.
The voice from the sky, You're feeling lost now. Just as, consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission. The prophecy. Yes.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat... Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the... are the things that you shall see.
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what. This was good tea by
the voice. What? Paimon hears someone talking. All right, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting...
Did she have pink hair?
Why, yes. It was Charlotte. I assume I'm in full support of...
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... well...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking, it was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler! Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go! Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to force a conversation just to occupy silence.
Just say what you mean. No problem's too big to solve.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
If you want to outrun the law, you need to know how it works.
Adventuring underground is way more fun than I thought.
No problem's too big to solve.
If you want to outrun the law, you need to know how it works.
There's no need to exchange pleasantries. It's rather pathetic to force a conversation just to occupy silence.
Say what you mean. No problem's too big to solve.
Relax. You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is. If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not... Journalist Charlotte's biggest... Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the... Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
The wind rises.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Just 1 slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia. Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat. Wait, did he really say something like that? That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall...
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if... No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Seachwing?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes. She said that humans are creatures that are sad. I've got something else to do, so...
And there she goes! Alright, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will... It's more delicious than last time! And the... Sure would be nice if we could always eat the... Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Squall and Fury!
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with...
Oh, Paimon knows you're no...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to...
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a real daredevil.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil
Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper.
Yeah.
Why not? If I...
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Whew, so much...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, from what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit... Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to... I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my... But anyway, that's my answer. And on...
That's so... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed... No, Paimon should ask... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait! Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia!
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur... Not at all. I'm well aware that your friend... Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
it.
Well, that's... Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was loudly accusing her of doing nothing, and before she could respond, others started to join. The crowd continued to grow and
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods.
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch...
So, you mean
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched... That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you about...
Don't worry, this is...
Is that so? Well,
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson! This place looks deserted. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost...
Farina, you were crying.
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that? They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them. Of course not!
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just...
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they display. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth, we cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we all... Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has, but just now, it all became clear to me. I still, as long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. I will keep hope alive for... Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being...
Share that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes. And if TaTxTnT is, in its entirety, a show on a stage...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the—
May I interpret these words as your refusal to... In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an arc?
Wow.
Lady Furina, what?
It would seem that there has been a
Looking for excuses?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my I will admit that I've been— I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only ones to be— But now, I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the truth. This time, applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical— Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking—
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in the—
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of TaTxTnT. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula. since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rasula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of... Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that... So, we arranged for...
So, you mean...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and was an Archon. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette in Cloran's part. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence with...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the...
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Oh, let Paimon see. Oh, wait. Then that means this document is... So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. You defeated the... I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could... This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure... A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come
Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress, of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of—
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be—
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric,
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since— See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. And if I was not the Archon, then how—
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess—
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervilette?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is that for centuries, manifestations of my one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstance. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to with.
I never thought.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand. Instead of having been created by you, the manifest.
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know, but the Oratries handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating in. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratries.
My power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone! I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you... Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our...
Enough! That's enough! Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many, including those of... So, Miss Farina, would you... If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody... I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed...
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the...
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution, as it falls outside the realm of standard court proceeding.
Well, of course he had to tell her that, but refusing to participate is basic.
She's just staring at the water without saying a...
What's going on? Is she really...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina.
What?
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still... Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. The That should be enough.
Please announce the result.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as...
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your however, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve. We don't want anyone else to lose their...
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-content... It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Think about it! Also... Please! Everyone! Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your...
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think that...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's two-stepped against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume that...
Mm-hmm. Any mission, Father.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at... But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other exist...
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up... However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the... slate describes what you just... Does that mean that... Fontaine? The second stone slate shows... This must be the point when the third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the seas. Huh. Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy of the... We didn't believe that's such a crazy...
We know from and the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn oceanids into... This might be the reason... Perhaps what is about to take place has the true sin of, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as required. It's not as simple as falling into... When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected. The stone slates show the people... Prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may... If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court. Shocking. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she knew... The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of The prophecy's contents can all be verified.
Let's hear them.
Incredible! Linny, did you hear that?
We're... not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro... The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gather...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the
Hydro Archon's true sin.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like with Navia? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, however, while you were able to decode all the information on the slate, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded. Now that the slate collection is complete, I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves expressed to the... However, even though water as an element, not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death? After...
This really might be too much information for your regular...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are a key point of the visual on the... They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro. You may also recall Navia's experience when she fell into the sea, therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the... Yes,
I think I'm following now. So, in truth, everything we've done...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene of...
Traveler, I would like to point out about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that as for the root cause of the catastrophe... This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
It was both dream...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that...
The truth, the...
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your...
So we've met it at last. I understand that whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that it has been greedily and once it has...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first...
Precisely. That whale finds the... Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop up.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for—
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connect. Anyway, now that we know—
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we— Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed,
We've already done— We've come so—
Indeed.
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Just as ultimately, fate shall
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers!
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just—
You are not Farina.
the sweet sound of bewilderment. My—
Fosolo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. The heavenly prince—
Deceiving the
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively— She knew full— And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heaven— So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather— I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I had to out— I'm a genius, I know. Although, looking back now, but one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this. Anymore.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do. Even now, after becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first— The me you see before you now is that divinity. And she could feel joy, sorrow, and her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way.
Anyway, so then, all part of the plan. Do you still remember the final? In order that under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house. I suppose now you probably understand why you're—
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger. I cannot—
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, it's been 5, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
Quit following me. The wind rises.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon— Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
Squall and Fury! Search forth!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Behold!